Okay, everything should be set up. Should be ready to go. Check. Yep, everything looks like it's running right. Alright. Drop into game. And then alright. And one last thing. Okay. That should be everything. All set. Oh, it'll be back at Photon Manor. Alright, here we go. This is another one that, it doesn't have very many quests, but I'm not sure how long each individual quest will be. Kind of like 3.1 was. Still took a little while. If we end up having a little extra time at the end after I finish this, I might... Actually, I might run through the Heaven's Turn event, because I still haven't done that, and I want to do it on stream at some point, but all those holiday events are never, like, long enough to make sort of a whole thing out of. You can usually finish them pretty quickly. Elfino, Ash, I've been waiting all over for you. We've received news regarding Flamen, Ori Boulder, and Coltonet. Really? Has something happened? No, it's nothing bad. Quite the opposite. In fact, it seems that once they learned the Scion's good name had been restored, they boarded the next ship bound for Limsa Laminsa. They should be arriving any moment now. It's easy to forget how useful link pearls are, isn't it? When they work, I mean. And you don't mind being spied on. Quite. But what wonderful news. To think that our reunion is close at hand. A pleasure to see you too, Elfino. Thancred. And Kryl, what brings the two of you here? Kryl and I have been looking into how we might track down Minfilia. And we may have just found the answer. Ash, when you were fleeing Ul'dah with Minfilia, you said that Hydaelyn spoke to her shortly before you parted ways, yes? Well, assuming that is true, I see no reason to suspect that it is not. It seems reasonable to conclude that Hydaelyn commanded her to remain behind. That is to say, the Mother Crystal directly interceded to guide Minfilia. Admittedly, this is all still quite hypothetical, but I propose that such intervention, however subtle, must surely leave some residual trace. A lingering disturbance in the ether, or ripple, if you will. In order to establish the existence of such ripples, of course, we will require suitable data. Fortunately, I know where such data can be found. The battleground where Ash felled the Ultima weapon, and the site of my personal ignominy. 'Twas there that Hydaelyn intervened to shield him from the magic I invoked. Kryl and I will infiltrate the castrum and analyze the ether therein. The two of you, alone. I have a proven knack for subterfuge. and I'm confident there will be sufficient nooks and crannies in which to hide Kryl while the patrols pass. Besides, if you and Ash come along, who will see to Flamen's grand homecoming? When you put it like that, very well, I will trust in your plan. I know not whether this data will yield a means to find Menphilia, but it will at the very least eliminate another avenue of inquiry. Tataru and I will return to the Rising Stones and make preparations for our comrades' return. Might I impose upon you to meet them at the Livingston docks? Then I shall see the four of you at the Rising Stones. Safe travels. Oops. Right. I knew I was supposed to go to Arcanist, but I guess I just tabbed over Marauders really quickly and forgot. Oh, Astrid, how have you been? Come here, let me have a good look at you. Thank the 12. One hears the strangest tales in foreign lands. I worried about you all every day. We would have sent word sooner, but the Braves afforded us no opportunity. When they fell upon us in the market, it was all we could do to escape. Tataru found her way to you, of course, but we were forced to seek shelter aboard a Hannish vessel. Pained us not being there when you needed us most. But we made the most of it, didn't we, Goldenet? Studied and trained from dusk till dawn, we did. We would have sent word sooner, but we knew not whom to trust, and with the vast distance. But those dark days are behind us at last. I shall be glad indeed to return home and speak with my daughter. Yeah, about that. What do you mean she's missing? How could you let that happen? Forgive me, I'm sure you're doing everything in your power to find her. As Thancred must be. He watched over her from the first, long before me. He will watch over her to the last. I shall pray for her safe return, and busy myself in the meantime. For a certainty, there's much more to be done. The Braves may have bloodied us, but the path remains, and we shall not be swayed from it. Aye, that's the spirit. To the Scions, and a long overdue reunion. Huzzah! Well, there you have it. To the Rising Stones.
Well done, sir. And with that, I believe we are ready to proceed.
Let us be about our business then. The next patrol may not be so credulous.
Why must you be so disappointingly brusque? You're not at all as Minfilia described, you know. I don't think you've favored me with so much as a single compliment since we set out. Tell me, did your time in the wilderness sap you of all your charm? Or are you holding it in reserve for your beloved?
This is neither the time nor the place.
Well, call me old-fashioned, but when I'm risking life and limb infiltrating an Imperial castrum, I like to be sure of my comrades' motivations.
I see now where Alphino gets it from. Minfilia is dear to me. It is true. But not in the way you think. 15 years passed, when she was still but a child. There was an incident at a parade. A Gubu broke free of its fetters and ran amok through the streets of Ul'dah. Had I been more attentive, I could have prevented it. But I was distracted, and her father was killed. I feared she would never recover. But in the years that followed, she showed herself to be more resilient than I had ever imagined. And when she learned of her gift, she did not flinch from the responsibility, but sought to guide others on the path. She touched the hearts of all around her. Mine, Louisoix, every science. In those dark days following the calamity, she was our guiding light, our hope for a brighter future. She had so many dreams, and I would give anything to make them come true.
My apologies. I can see she means the world to you. I did not mean to pick at old scars.
No harm done, I assure you. But fair is fair, my lady. What is Minfilia to you?
You mean you don't know? Only my dearest friend. When I finally emerged from my torpor, I learned that nary a day had passed without her asking after me. She never gave up hope. And neither will I.
Then for Minfilia's sake, let us pray that these vestiges of Hydaelyn's intervention will lead us to her.
I think I might actually have... Yep, good. I still have Revenant's Toll set up as my home point. Oh yeah, I forgot I had you out. It feels good to be home again. To think that everyone is waiting for us, just beyond these doors. Friends and family with whom we have shared so much. God's help me, but the older I get, the more sentimental I become. Come, let us not keep them waiting. Of course, Flamen shows up and everybody's just like, well, well. It's everyone's kind of moved around and stuff since the last time I was here. I just want to see if there's anything interesting. Tell the children once they'll be so fond of Ori. Betrayed us, I feared all was lost. How wrong I was. I'm Agmus. A bit carried away, but I suppose I could overlook it on this occasion. We could do with more of that around here. Heartfelt reunions with stalwart companions brings a bloody tear to the eye. Seldor. Is that? I think that might be Alien's grandfather. The one who was planning to give up adventuring when Alien decided to join us. Did he end up coming here to help out the Scions after he was worried if his granddaughter was even still alive at the end of ARR or something? Secret oneself in a ship's hold to secure safe passage through faraway lands. A tale we know all too well. Seek a formal introduction. There's no need to be shy. A moment longer, at least. Legs are rather less common. Though I am to be home, I cannot help but think of those who have yet to return. Yeah. His little brother, Ochre. And together, my brother and I shall serve the Scions till the breaking of an 8th dawn. And the Seven Hills drove my little brother to come to Mordona. You were there, you and the Scions, of course. 1,000 days I trained that I might grow as strong as you. I fight alongside you. Now that you are here, I sense that you have surpassed me once more. Do not tell me you trained with the Haddish, did you not? I just not deceive, brother. I've studied the trials of the braves and drunk deep of the souls of mine enemies. Yeah, I need to study of the trials of the braves eventually too, because that's the next step in my relic weapon. My decisions. Oh god. That girl. Stoker now Ori, a passing fancy I could suffer, but this, she's hopeless, utterly hopeless. Yeah. Frickin' sister that has a thing for like giant Roganin men. Alia and Ephemy, fills my heart with joy to see you both hale and healthy. What of Higiri? It is well, though abroad on a mission at present. This wasn't the same without you. Welcome back, my lady. Well, it's definitely good to have a bunch of people coming back alive and all. We're really pretty much down to the last 3 that we still need to figure out, and as I remember, we already have an idea of where Ida and Papalymo are. We just can't get to them yet. Like, I believe our group understands that it was the refugees that, like, helped them get out of the city, basically, but we don't know where they are exactly now. It's been so long since I've seen them all like this. Too long. It's the chaos born of my foolish ambition which forced them to flee. Though they are returned, there are others yet missing. Others whom we cannot forsake. We'll find them, Alphino. I know we will. Minfilia, Ida, Papalymo, every last one. They walk through those doors, we'll be here to welcome them home. With me at the head of the queue, of course. Word of the Mother. Was that the anti-tower? Ooh, a Pororogo. Nice. Thancred and Kryl contacted us a short while ago. It would seem that their foray into Castra Meridianum bore fruit. They asked that we rendezvous with them in Stola and Idleshire, where they will share their findings. Rude though it is to depart without speaking to the guest of honor, I expect she will forgive me if I return with her daughter. It is for the best that I remain ignorant of the details, otherwise I might be tempted to do something rash. Place my faith in you all and the 12 to see her return to me. When the others return, we redouble our efforts to Ida and Papalymo, if only had some inkling where they went when they left Pearl Lane. Shame that Higiri is not here to welcome Lady Flumen home. It shall be a pleasure to see the look on her face when she returns and learns of her homecoming. Actually, I could just teleport from here. Yeah, setting Idleshire as one of my favorite destinations was definitely the right choice. I can go back and forth between most of the destinations around that section of Eorzea, the four actually great city-states with the grand companies now. Doesn't cost too much, but generally going to and from Idleshire will cost like 500 or 600 gil every time. How is Flamen, by the way? Enchanting as ever, I trust. I shall have to pay my respects when time allows. It was rather less than I had hoped, though mayhap I asked too much. My apologies. I see I am the last to arrive. So, what news have you for us? Well, as we postulated, there are indeed what appeared to be the remnants of an unexplained disturbance in the ether, the scene of the Ultimo weapon's destruction. A ripple at odds with the presiding pattern. Though faint, the waveforms bore a strong resemblance to those observed following the destruction of the Isle of Val, when I believe Hydaelyn shielded me with the blessing of light. To confirm our findings, we paid a visit to the Sildex aqueducts. There we detected the same waveform, but orders of magnitude larger, as one would expect of a more recent disturbance. Hydaelyn, there is no other explanation. But there is more. When I studied the site where Y'shtola used flow, it appeared that not 2, but 3 beings had been affected. Yet unlike Y'shtola and Thancred, there was no trail to follow. Our unknown third party was simply there, and then not there. Now, recall your visions of a vast crystal floating in a sea of ether. Though this too is but a theory, studies of gifted subjects suggest that when communing with Hydaelyn, we briefly leave our bodies behind. So let us consider the facts. 1. Hydaelyn interceded. 2. A third being was caught in Y'shtola's flow and vanished without a trace. And 3. Hydaelyn may have the capacity to summon the consciousness of gifted individuals to her side. You are implying, I take it, that Hydaelyn gifted Minfilia into the compass of my magic, that she might summon her, body and soul, unto the ethereal sea? In which case, we must needs continue our search there. For a blessing, the means to do so already exists. I speak of the Anti-Tower, a Charlian construction conceived to provide scholars a vantage point over the ethereal sea. Though I know not where its entrance lies, we need only ask its last custodian, a contrary old crone who, for another blessing, refused to join the Exodus. Master Matoya was the keeper of the anti-tower. I had no idea. Then our course is clear. We must petition her aid once again. Oh. Let me turn the mount music off. I tend to enjoy the mount music when I'm just flying around off stream doing whatever, but on stream I tend to like letting the music of the environment play. Ooh, I can snag this on my way out, I guess. Maybe 2 of them, actually. Not sure. Guess we shall see. Is this all of it? Yep. I don't have to go further north. I can go around this way. There's this little side path through the mountains that leads around. And that'll send me to the next section. Ooh, 3 of them. Nice. And that looks like all of them that I can get on this side at least. The rest are further over there. What even up to? 70. Okay. Also need to eventually do that side quest that the brooms have, the one that's like, there will be no markers, you have to sort of figure your way through the side quest all on your own. I'm not in a huge rush with that, it'll probably be a while before I do that one. Oh, what a surprise. Well, what secrets have you come to extract from me this time? Though it pains me to admit it, your words strike close to the mark. We humbly ask that you grant us entry to the anti-tower, that we might use it to seek a friend who we believe has been transported to the ethereal sea. And who told you I could do such a thing, I wonder? You stole her. The tower was abandoned to its magical keepers 15 years ago. They have the run of the place now. If that is no deterrent to you, then by all means. Is that all? I felt sure you would seek to dissuade us from our course, given your role as custodian. Role? Hardly. The Forum foisted the title on me. During the Exodus, every entrance to the anti-tower was sealed save one. Literally just a door that says no entry in the back of her cave. My role consists of making sure no one with ill intent sneaks through it. Such was the Forum's final order to me. Well, I can remove the wards right now. Will you be going or not? We will, Master Matoya. We will do whatever it takes to find Minfilia. We'll see about that. Ashrad can go. Take the magicless rogue too, if you like. He's no use to me. The rest of you will stay and work. And I'll hear no argument. Those are my terms. Oh, and I should be delighted to accompany you. Lead the way, Ash. Thancred, no. Your etheric flow has been compromised. Do not deny it. To venture into the environment so thick with ether, so close to the ethereal sea, would be to risk further impairment, or worse. But Minfilia could be in there, waiting for us. And you could die, and for what? If she is waiting beyond, Ash will find her, trust in him, have faith. Damn it all. Bring her back to us. Yeah, sure, do my best, buddy. Let's see if anyone's online. Lysander is. Looks like he's AFK, though. Oh well. I'll just queue in normally with a pickup group. Where's... Is it a raid? No, it shouldn't be. Not a trial, I don't think. No, it should be a dungeon. Oh, there it is. I'm just blind, that's all. Just completely blind. Oh, because it's before the hard modes. Okay, that makes sense. That's gonna take a little while. Shouldn't need anything. What items? Oh yeah, just the Orchestrion scroll. Oh well, I can talk to my companions while I'm here. Hey Jordan. Nice to see ya. Nice. Whatever it takes, do you hear me? Whatever it takes. Let's see. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure what you'll need to do once you reach the bottom, but you've always been so resourceful, so... Long did I wonder what waited beyond that door. Several times in my youth, I even tried to open it, but the wards placed upon it were far beyond my skill to dispel. As it may, I hardly think the work of 3 scions fair trade for its opening. She could do is let me go in Thancred's place. So I'm gonna play through the 3.2 MSQ tonight, and then if there's still a little time after that before I'm really ready to like shut down the stream, I'll probably go through the holiday event that's up right now, Heaven's Turn. I think should still be going on, because those usually only take like 20 or 30 minutes to complete. They're pretty short stories. While I'm waiting for my queue to pop. Hi, Alexander. I'll go and open up some more of the map. Ooh, I think the wait time has actually gone down. With any luck, it'll pop pretty quickly. Plus, I can keep my eyes open for any sightseeing points. Oh, wow. That was very quickly, in fact. Anti-tower. The upside down tower. Lets you look into the ethereal sea. Wow, that is a heck of a name that person in my party has. Sanguinum Sacrificium. Oh, cool. Our tank is named Ein Heryar. Oh, God. Ooh. It's pretty nice music, too. really not much of a, like, combo or rotation for a Dragoon once you're dealing with multiple enemies, because you have almost no AoE attacks. You just end up kind of spamming the same one multiple times. Although I do need to get a damage buff up first, and then I can spam them. I don't know. Dragoon's fun enough, but I don't think I really love it a ton, or that I'd want it to be my main or anything like that. I'm gonna keep playing with Dragoon up through 3.3's MSQ, because that very much has to do with like the Dragon Song War and all that. After that, I might switch over to another class. Given what comes next after 3.3, maybe Monk would be a decent choice, but my Monk is nowhere near ready. It's still really low level. Actually, it's not super low level, because I'm actually supposed to be around level 60 here, not level 70 like my Dragoon is, so I need to level up my Monk about 10 more times. I could do that. It's not easy, since it's a DPS class. You can't just like jump into dungeons constantly to level it up, because you're not gonna get very quick dungeon queues with a DPS class, but maybe I can mess around with Palace of the Dead or something to get the Monk up to 60. Crud. That's another problem I have with Dragoons, is the animation lock when you use your jump attacks. It seems like half the time when I hit my jump attacks, the enemy goes and does an AoE right when I do that. There we go. God, I love the design of the anti-tower. Charlian mimics, huh? There we go. Get like all of my buffs up and just hit them with as much power as possible. Yep. Figured I jumped right into that one. That one was purely my fault. Like, I hate the animation lock when you jump as a Dragoon, but that wasn't the problem there. I got out of it, and then I accidentally used my jump too soon and jumped back into it. Why was someone trying to use the limit break? Ziggy. Oh, I see. There's a Spriggan on top of the crystal. It's like, why would a crystal be called Ziggy? Bro, are we even far enough away that it'll work? Oh my god. That's a tiny little zone. There we go. There. I've already, yeah, rolled on those. Alright. Oh, are we there? Yep, here it is. Calcabrina. Good boy. So creepy. Honestly, I think the hard mode of Anti-Tower is even more creepy. Or maybe it's actually after fighting these ones that it happens, not in a hard mode. Yeah, because that was way too easy. Certainly creepy, but I thought it happened in a cutscene. You guys are hitting the shields. Are you blind? Did you not see that she put up 3 shields around herself? What? Why? I don't think I screwed up that mechanic. Maybe she just targets 2 people in general. Oh. Yes! Good, I wasn't sure if I'd actually be able to avoid that one just by turning away, since it's a very different sort of gaze marker. It was on my head. I guess that just means she follows me and is gonna gaze wherever I am. Whoop. Yeah, it looks like Dollhouse just picks random people. So I guess I didn't screw up the mechanic. It just chooses at random. May as well use it. I don't think we're gonna get up to a 2nd level before we finish the fight anyway. So I may as well use it there. Oh man, that was a big old chunk of experience for that challenge. Oh god, so creepy. Yeah, no, don't want any part of that. Oh. The Lalafell in my party has a dwarf costume? Oh god. Ooh. Whoa. That is a heck of an outfit. three of them gave me player commendations. I wonder if they were a static group, like queuing together, and that's why they all gave me the player comms. I don't think I was that impressive that I impressed all of them so much that they wanted to commend me. They probably queued together, but who knows? Like, Heidelin, your voice sounds a little different. Yeah, I wonder why.
Through time and space hast thou journeyed unto me, as I knew thou wouldst.
It almost sounds like your normal voice mixed with another voice actress that sounds very familiar.
We are the word of the Mother. We, who were once called Minfilia.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Thancred, I don't think I'm gonna be bringing her back,
Much
dude.
time hath passed for thee since the bloody banquet, since I hearkened to her word. Mother, Heidelin guided me towards Y'shtola and Thancred, that I might be swept up in their flow and delivered unto the ethereal sea. There, adrift and alone, her voice silent once more, I prayed for those we had lost, for those we can yet save. To her I would make an offering. We speak now with one voice, one will, one word. Unto thee we bequeath the most precious of gifts, the truth which lieth at the heart of this world. Thus do we beseech thee once more. Hear, feel, think.
Honestly, even I still don't fully understand this
Before
one.
there was
Like,
life,
why? Like, I understand
depths
what
of
happened
the
to Minfilia.
ethereal
I don't
sea,
understand why Heidelin needed
light
this to happen.
and dark did once dwell.
Alright, I
as
guess I'll
one.
understand more probably when I get into Shadowbringers, but for now,
But
I
the
just don't understand
darkness
why
coveted
Heidelin
power,
needed Minfilia to do
and
this.
the balance was broken. Thus was I forced to banish him unto the distant heavens, to forever remain apart, a moon bound. In sundering a star did we cry out, and the barriers twixt planes chanced to falter. Across 10 and 3 were we then divided, reflections of the source, each possessed of a shard.
Yep, the 13 fragments. The 13 worlds, basically.
Zodiac longeth to be made whole. For his restoration, for his resurrection, his servants labor without cease. They seek to tear down the barriers which surround the source. Thus do they rejoice in their ardor, in your calamities, for each marks a rejoining.
Wait. Does each calamity mark a rejoining on a different world, or does each calamity just mean it's more likely that they'll cause a
Have they
rejoining?
succeeded? 7 times
Oh.
The darkness
I guess
grows
so.
stronger.
That's weird.
7. The Ascians cannot be suffered to continue. This is my final. The crystal's power is all but spent. With what remains, I will return you to the shore of the ethereal sea. Blessed children, go forth and seek. Seek.
Thank the 12! Did you find her? Did you find Minfilia?
Sorta?
The word of the mother. I'm not sure I understand.
Yeah, you and me both, Alpha now.
Nor am I. Cryle?
As unbelievable as it sounds, I see no reason to doubt her. The word's tale. No one was more sensitive to the will of Hydaelyn than Minfilia. And if Hydaelyn has grown so weak that she can barely make herself heard, it is not hard to see why Minfilia, having joined with her, might struggle to maintain her own form.
What? Why would she need to maintain her own form? Are you saying she's gone? But that cannot be! Not now. Not after all we have accomplished. We were meant to usher in the dawn's light together.
She threw herself on the fire to fuel your dawn's light, boy. You'll just have to usher it in on your own.
Must you be so ungentle?
Eh.
Tell me about the Scions, boy.
The scions of the Seventh Dawn lay before Eorzea's salvation. Whenever the realm is threatened, be it by Primal, Ascian, Guardian, or any other, we take up arms in her defense, that all in Eorzea may live to see a brighter tomorrow.
And that's very noble of you. But in chasing
Yep.
after these lofty goals of yours, you seem to have lost sight of some basic truths. To win a war, you must be willing to do whatever it takes. To fight, to kill, and if necessary, to die. The path you've chosen is paved with the dead. Walk it with your eyes open, or not at all.
I know the truth of which you speak, and have from the first. If the Ascians will go to any length to resurrect their god, then we must needs be as committed to our cause, to unmask them and their schemes, and to crush them both utterly. Come, there is much to be done.
Yes, of course.
Thancred, wait! No, this is all wrong.
Dude, you went full bore into a massive years-spanning, world-spanning war, and you're not ready for people to die. It's how it goes, dude. It sucks, sure, but you weren't gonna take down that many enemies without losing anyone along the way. She's not coming back, is she? I know that, I do. To give all for her beliefs was ever her way. So will we, as we must. What greater calling could there be than to stand against the dark as defenders of the light? And yet, where does it end? The sacrifice? The loss? Oof. Alcabrina's card. Oh. Okay. And summon minions in her cave, I guess. Just ask that you not breathe a word of this to any of the others of the Rising Stones, especially Flamen. I will brief Tataru on what we have learned, as well as Urianger. We may have insight into what the word has told us. As for you, after all you have done, I would say you have earned a rest. Speaking of well-earned rewards, received a missive from Sir Emmerich while you were away. It would seem he is planning a ceremony of some sort and would like you to attend. He did not divulge his details, preferring instead to explain in person. Mayhap you should pay him a visit. Well, I'm not going to switch out to the Pororogo minion for now, because actually what we're about to get into, it's better suited that I'm using my Estinian minion. My tiny little Azure Dragoon. And his tiny little Dragon Eye. Mr. Leth, the Lord Commander left instructions that you were to be shown inside.
A pleasure to see you again, my friend. I take it you received our invitation. Good, good. You of all people should be present. When the true brothers of the faith seized control of the vault, I feared the worst. Yet in adversity were we blessed with the promise of peace between man and dragon through Vidofnir's timely rescue of an innocent child. Timely, I say, though miraculous or providential might better describe the event. The gods themselves could not have devised a more fitting symbol of hope. Needless to say, we could scarce let such an opportunity pass us by. Which is why I set about making formal arrangements for a peace conference between our peoples. You and yours have done more to bring us together than any, and it is only right that you attend. But I confess that is not the only reason I would be glad to have you there. Given Nidhogg's implacable opposition to the peace, it is possible that he and his followers may attempt to disrupt proceedings, in which event, your presence would be a comfort to all in attendance. Pray understand, I have no wish to invite the worm's ire, but if our fractured nation is to heal, if we are to move forward as a people united, then we must do whatever is necessary to bring about lasting change. "'Tis nothing. 'Tis nothing. Lucia cautioned me against giving vent to my passions, lest my wounds reopen. It has not been easy reaching out to our opponents in Ishgard, many of whom sympathized with the actions of the true brothers. But in so doing, we have limited the influence of the Zealots. The people are ready, my friend. This conference must go ahead.
I'm sure it'll go great. There can't possibly be, 20 different factions out there that all want to destroy this symbol of peace.
I knew you would understand. The conference will take place on the border of Ishgardian and Dravanian territory in Falcon's Nest. Lucia is there, seeing to the final preparations even as we speak. Pray join her at your earliest convenience. It would not do for the guest of honor to arrive late, after all. Oh, and one more thing. A drink! We should make time for one. Once the conference is concluded, I mean. By my reckoning, 'tis long overdue.
The Lord Commander said you would come, Ashen. As you can see, preparations for the conference are proceeding apace. Mark well the curtain above. It conceals the relief that will be unveiled during the conference. The Masons labor day and night to see it finished on schedule. Sir Emmerich wanted a symbol which would endure long after this conference is concluded. I think he will be pleased with the result. 'Twas not my war, but I made it mine, and to see it draw closer to a resolution fills me with a strange hope. His faith is infectious, is it not? His certainty that we can be better than we are. Forgive me, I'm rambling. You must be tired from your journey. Go, rest. I will not keep you. If you would rather not take a rest, then why not take a walk around Falcon's Nest? Make your presence known to the people and so forth. In addition to those who have come from afar and wide to attend this ceremony, you may meet Lords Artorel and Amanelin, who have graciously volunteered their services. They should be glad to see you. Now, if you would excuse me, I must needs return to my duties. Glad to see the rumors were true. Well met, Mesteleth. And fear not, I've no intention of begging your aid with this or that. Everything appears to be in order. My only lingering concern is that one of the convictors might not have been informed of our plans. As I recall, Vidofnir may pass directly over their encampment. Last thing we need is a glory-seeking nobleman attempting to slay a Dravanian ambassador to a peace conference. And when everything's set to begin. I wasn't sure how many might come, so I thought it best to come early and find a spot with a great view. I heard that Sir Emmerich was planning to make a speech. Knew I couldn't miss it. I mean, the man risked his own neck to rescue those hostages. How often do we get heroes like that in this day and age? He's more than a fighter, too. He's a thinker. He is. He's got plans to better our lives, to change things, and he'll do it by the Fury. Me and my friends and family, we all believe he could do it. Good for you. Bloody exciting, isn't it? Not just peace with the dragons, but with all them heretics besides. Yeah, I'm sure all of that anger and hatred is just gonna disappear overnight. Don't misunderstand, we've all got a healthy fear of being bathed in dragon fire. That being said, the heretics did far more to hinder our efforts here in the past, so hearing that we're close to reconciliation comes as a great relief. How much has changed since we fought alongside each other in the vault? If you had told me then that we would soon be hosting a peace conference, I would have thought you a naive fool. Yet here we are, preparing to make that fantasy a reality. Here I am, laboring to make it so. Lord Artorel, if I may. Certainly, First Commander. I may be of service. Some of the convictors are refusing to stand down. The majority were willing to do so, but a small party have instead pledged to engage any Dravanians bound for Falcon's Nest. Fury take me. They would defy Sir Emmerich's commands. If they dare attack Vidofnir. It will not come to that. But to see that it does not, we must needs hasten to their encampment. Should be far more reluctant to oppose us were a Lord of House Fortemps present. I understand completely. Let's depart at once. But ere we do, I must ask, would you look after Amanelin while I am away? As you know, he has ever been an impulsive, changeable child. Recently, he seems to have been suffering from a bout of melancholy. I thought to lift his spirits by having him assist with guard duty. Simple, but honorable charge, unlikely to expose him to danger given the presence of so many other knights. Alas, he's taken no interest, and I fear he may abandon his post in my absence. All I ask is that you keep an eye on him until I return, exhausting though that may be. Thank you, my friend. Promise we will not be long. Wow, these quests are going real fast. I'm pretty sure this one's gonna... Yeah, I'm pretty sure this one's gonna end right after the speech, probably, this section of the patch. Or this section of the story. Rather busy at the moment, old boy. Guarding this tavern, as it were. I see now. Arturo thought I might be derelict in my duties, eh? Never my brother to question my dedication. Since you are here, mayhap I could put you to proper use. Wasteland beyond the walls must be kept safe for travelers. Yet I have been forbidden from leaving Falcon's Nest. It wouldn't do for our esteemed guests to be devoured by wolves, oh no. Yet that is precisely what will happen if we do not cull the roaming packs. Your map, if I may. Right. There, those are the points our scouts marked for patrol. I'll leave you to it, old boy. Come on, Oa, I must return to my rounds. Oh dear, do be careful, my lord. Looks like it's only the 2 points. Oh, hello there. Target. Any more? Yep, I need 2 more. There we go. Ooh. About to pop another one of my Chocobo fighting alongside me challenges, which will probably give me a decent chunk of Chocobo experience and hopefully level him up again. There it is, 120,000 experience for him. Hopefully that'll level him up. No, I don't think it did. Yeah, no, that didn't level him up. Oh well. Oh, he needs tons more experience than that. Oh well. It's okay. Wolf's Bane. Pleases me to inform you that I have completed my rounds, that all is well in Falcon's Nest. Oh, and there was a grizzled fellow looking for you. You know, the one who made that arsonist confessed? Clever that. Thancred, was it? He was asking after you. Anyway, once I noticed the garish weapons he was sporting, I deemed it waste to leave him be. I dispatched him to an area I neglected to mark on your map. Yes, this one. If you hurry, he might still be there. Honestly, he's probably already finished it, dude. Thancred's perfectly capable all on his own. Hopeful heretics? The weapons we come in peace. Leosart told us tales of it Ofnir. If you would trust in Sir Emmerich, then we too would hear what he has to say. Wolves caught us unawares, and were it not for this man, we would have surely died. Fancy meeting you here, Ash. 'Twas fortunate I came when I did. These two would not have fared well against the wolves on their own. Young lord wasted no time taking advantage of you, did he? And me, I suppose. Let's return to Falcon's Nest, then, and see what other thrilling tasks he may have for us. Yeah, see, he was already done by the time I got there. You like that we show up and we're supposed to watch over Manolin, and so he just sends us off on his tasks, probably. Probably his tasks. Maybe he really was ordered not to leave the city. There they are. A pair of gallant heroes if I ever saw them. Comrades in arms, reunited at last. By your selfless sacrifice have you guaranteed the safety of our many guests. On behalf of Ishgard, I thank you both. With that, there's not left to do but to enjoy our well-earned respite. Oh, and this should of course go without saying. Let's keep those last few favors between us, yes? Atoro wouldn't understand. Yep, it was totally his duty. Right then. First floor of those barracks has been converted into a tavern for the duration of the conference. Why don't you go and have something to eat? For once, a suggestion with which I agree. Go on ahead, Ash. I'll join you anon.
Welcome, welcome. Find yourself an empty seat and I'll be with you in a moment.
Resting in a location with...
Cold out, isn't it? Here, a mug on the house. Let's get some color back in your
Don't.
cheeks.
Don't do it, Ash. Come on, resting and accepting food and drink in a location where you've chosen a side and everyone hates you for it?
Afraid food will be a bit longer than usual.
Oh
We've got a
God,
lot
you're
of
an
hungry folk
idiot.
to
Don't
feed, what
drink
with
that.
The conference and all.
God, you're an idiot.
Oh, so many people with cause to celebrate. To think there could be peace in our time, after all them years of fighting. When I heard about the conference, I knew I had to come. I knew I had to be here, to do my bit. My husband, he died fighting the dragons, you see.
Wonderful.
And here we are. about to break bread with him.
Told you not to drink that frickin' mug that she put in front of you. You idiot. Of course. You know, as the Warrior of Light, shouldn't I just never accept food or drink from anyone? Like, ever? I'm pretty sure every single time someone gives me food or drink, it's always poisoned. Oh God.
Sleep now. Sleep. Sleep and leave us to our affairs.
Dumbest decision ever. To ever let anyone feed you or give you a drink.
Never your fight.
Alright, just a sec.
My son. They told me he walks in Halone's halls. Him and the rest of his unit.
They told me the same.
I expect they think it's comforting. Every time I come, I cry. I cannot bear to remember, but to forget would be 1,000 times worse. Yet that is what they would have us do. Accept this truth for the sake of peace. Bury the past and look to the future. But he was my future. My flesh and blood. My heart.
Yeah. Look, I'm not saying anyone should just forget their loved ones who died, but to try and keep a war going on longer with lies and BS just so that you can pretend your loved ones died for something that was worthwhile is such garbage.
We're the only ones with the courage to oppose this madness. Cowards, a lot of them.
That's wonderful. You're so unwilling to accept that your loved one might have died for something that was a complete lie, that you're gonna subject, 1,000 more years of children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren to suffer the same as you? You're all idiots.
They think only of the prize, of the peace Sir Emmerich promises them. They know in their hearts it's a lie, but they go along with it anyway, desperate fools. But not I. Not I! I see the worm that killed my brother in my dreams every night, and I will not rest until he lies broken at my feet. Him and every last one of his accursed kin. All this nonsense about Kings of Eld, as if I care what they did or didn't do. Makes no difference to me and mine. Have the dragons sued for peace in 1,000 years? Are they bollocks? It's a bloody ruse is what it is, and Sir Emmerich and the rest of them bloody fallen for it.
But what can we do? They believe, and naught we can say will ever change their minds. Whether we like it or not, man and dragon will come together at Vulcan's Nest, and all will be forgiven. Forgiven and forgotten.
No. I will not let that happen. They will remember the true face of the enemy. I will show it to them. And we will rise up against them once more.
You really won't. And they really won't. We really won't. You're an idiot. Like, Your whole scheme doesn't even make it long enough for the dragon to arrive, let alone mess up the whole event.
This is no... Do you have your wits about you? Good. Come with me. We have a crisis on our hands.
We always do.
Hear me, brothers and sisters. Do not be fooled by the honeyed words of the Travarnians. The peace they promise is but a prelude to slaughter.
Sure.
Remember your husbands and wives never returned from war. Your children torn apart by fang and claw. All your loved ones shown no mercy.
How about we remember all of the dragons stabbed through the heart, shot with ballistas, blown out of the sky, without a single shred of mercy?
Does not your heart cry out for vengeance? Your blood boil at the injustice?
Not really.
Remember the face of your enemy, brothers and sisters. Remember it, and strike back!
Vengeance and justice. That stuff doesn't even faze me, because people do crazy, stupid, horrible things constantly. But all of you trying to keep it going kind of pisses me off. After 1,000 years of suffering, let's have 1,000 more just so I can pretend like it mattered.
You there! Don't just stand around gawping! Do something, man! Stop her!
Not the best phrasing, Amandolin.
Yes, my lord.
Yeah, you certainly accomplished a whole lot, didn't you, lady?
See? See here the true nature of the Highborn. With lies and deception they lead us to our doom. And dare we raise our voices in dissent? Death is our reward.
I love how freely people can completely change their, like, point of view just to try and lie to people. It's like, if you really wanted to claim that the Dragonsong War was worth it, you should be praising the Highborn for keeping it going, right? They were the ones behind a lot of it. And now that one of them tries to stop you, it's like, they're lying to all of us. Like, no, not really.
This is the choice they have given us, brothers and sisters. Death by dragon's fang, or death by nobleman's command. Death to all we hold dear. I spit on your choices, noblemen! You will take no more from me! No more! No more!
What have you done?
That's right, Manolin. Blame him.
I only did as you ordered, my lord.
Uh-huh.
I gave no such order. I did not. I never meant for anyone to...
Well, then you should have handled it yourself. Instead of panicking and turning to someone else who is panicking and just giving them a vague order. Dare say that could have not could not have played out any worse, given that the first commander and Lord Archwell are not here to take control of the situation. Spoke with a messenger who said that they would be returning shortly, but until they do, naught will be done. Lord Amanelin is retreated to the barracks and refusing to speak to anyone. Uh-huh. Therefore, it falls on us to ensure that the order has been fully restored. Come, let us walk the streets and speak with the people. Wife and I fell while fleeing with the others at first. Her urgence tended to our bruises afterwards. And fools have ruined everything, and for what? Now it looks like they're in here. Or not. Oh, probably up top. Yep, there it is. Heard rumors the young lord was a drunken fool. What imbecile thought it would be a good idea to let him have the run of Falcon's Nest? I say him and Sir Emmerich take their bloody change and shove it up their arses. I'll not be taken in by that rot again. Oh well. And you're an idiot. Amanelin's pathetic, I'll grant you that. He's very pathetic. This doesn't mean that this is wrong. Just that he's stupid and shouldn't have been in charge. Wrong to resort to violence, but when I heard her speak, her words were as a dagger in my heart. Who are we to decide that enough is enough? That their calls for justice can never be answered? Will this be the end of it, or will there be others like them and the True Brothers? I don't want to bear steel against my kinsmen ever again. I don't know if I even can. Well, that's not your choice, really. I mean, it's your choice whether to do it or not, but it's gonna be their choice whether to go full-blown like heretic and try and attack their own kinsmen just to try and keep the war going. And if so, they're even dumber than I thought. Well, what say you? And so the violence is past, but the people are far from recovered, as to be expected. For the moment, it appears that no innocents were harmed by the guards. Blame for all casualties can be placed squarely upon the protesters. Nevertheless, the people will not soon forget the image of a young lordling ordering the public execution of an unarmed protester. One whose words resonated with the hearts of many. Yeah, well, she shouldn't have been standing up there screaming then. For all, who among us has not lost loved ones? Lord Archwell and the first commander should have returned by now. The tavern, then. Their first order of business will be to speak with Lord Amanelin. I somehow doubt that he has moved in Ilm since we last saw him. Like, sure, Amanelin was an idiot and made the wrong choice. Let's not pretend for a second that that wasn't pretty much exactly what that woman wanted to have happen when she stood up there and started screaming a bunch of bullshit to everybody, to a bunch of armed soldiers. My apologies, Ashran. I bear full responsibility for this debacle. There'll be time for that later. I, for one, am more concerned about picking up the pieces. What do we know? According to initial reports, the protest was orchestrated by the young woman who Lord Amanelin ordered shot. She and her conspirators infiltrated Falcon's Nest, posing as servants and guests. Several were taken alive, others resisted and were struck down. Still others took their own lives. Our forces suffered casualties as well, but by the grace of the Fury, no civilians were seriously injured. Still, more remarkably, the ringleader yet lives, for the time being at least. Chirurgeons are doing what they can for her, but she may not live through the night. Given their impeccable timing, it is like that the convictors who drew us away from the hamlet were in league with the protesters. Accordingly, we've detained them for questioning. I'll be sworn that these villains spent as much effort plotting the failure of this peace conference as we did its success. Well, if the mood of the hamlet is any indication, theirs have been the more fruitful labors. Wake of the protest, the people seem disillusioned. You spoke with them, then? I see. Sir Emmerich placed his trust in me. It will be difficult to explain what has happened here. Remember how far we have come, First Commander. People's faith may be shaken, but we convinced them before, and we'll do so again. If we can but find a means to remind them, to show them once more the promise that change holds for all, this tragedy too shall pass into the past. I must pray that you are right. Nevertheless, for the time being, I have no choice but to suspend the peace conference pending Sir Emmerich's final decision. Under the circumstances, I cannot leave Falcon's Nest. Ashren, will you deliver my report to the Lord Commander in my stead? Oh, or maybe it's not the peace conference. Maybe that's not till 3.3? Get up, Amanolin. You're going with him. Go on without me. I was not asking. You will answer for your actions in person. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. Come on, Oa. He's not here, dude. Manservant is not here. In fact, I have not seen him for some time. Rana? Anoa? I could have sworn he was... Uh-huh. Yep. Young Lord does something horrible, so instead of having a problem with the Lord, let's go and take it out on this tiny, innocent, completely helpless child, because that'll really make our point. The only point you idiots are making is you're scum and you deserve everything that happens to you if you do that. Right? If your answer to how dare you do that to us is let's go beat up a kid who had nothing to do with it, then you deserved everything that happened to you.
Onawa! No, no! What have they done to you? Onawa! Onawa!
Is that you, my lord? You seem rather flustered.
Because of you, you imbecile! What in the seven hells happened to you?
My apologies. Some few of the guests expressed a wish to leave, and I implored them to stay. It would seem they took issue with my request.
Oh, gods forgive me. If I had only been more careful with my words.
Do not blame yourself, my lord. I know that you and your brother have Ishgard's best interests at heart. That poor woman. She lives in the past, clinging to the memories of the lost. But the future holds so much promise, so much joy. And you know that better than any.
Onawa? Calm yourself. The boy will live. But it's imperative we get him inside and into the care of a chirurgeon without delay. Oh, we were so close! Why does it all have to fall to pieces? Don't they want to live in peace? Don't they want to be happy? We all want the same thing, and still it falls to pieces. Tell me, what was I supposed to do? Someone, anyone, tell me, what was I supposed to do? Stop looking to others. You make your choice and you live with the consequences. What would you know about
Seriously could have
consequences?
punched Thancred?
You always know just what to say and just what to do.
Don't
Your every deed is greeted with a round of
dare
applause.
say that to a scion, you asshole. Don't you dare pretend that we just do everything right all the time and never face any consequences. Uh-huh. That's how
You
it
know
goes.
nothing about me. I have fought tooth and nail for the people I hold dear. Done everything in my power to save them. And I have failed. Learn to live with it. I have.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to step on you, Anwa. I have overreacted, but it needed to be done. He was becoming hysterical. No, I'm good with it, Thancred. You didn't overreact. I'm fine with what you did. I understand the desire to look for reasons, for excuses. Convince yourself you had no choice. The past is the past, and there is not to be gained from reliving your mistakes. I know this. I know this. But he... I don't think any of this really matters. Yeah, no, that's the primal gear, which is good and all, but not as good as the augmented Shire gear I could get. Choices. I have no desire to wait for the lordling to emerge from his puddle of self-pity. We have important matters to attend to in Ishgard. Pretty sure me and this girl here are on like the exact same part of the storyline. Hey Dad, what are you doing here? Troubling reports from Falcon's Nest. What befell you there? Word of the demonstration and its resolution outstripped you, Ashran. Every man, woman, and child of Ishgard has heard the tale. It is rumored that my youngest's lack of judgment was to blame. Of course, such stories are prone to exaggeration. What exactly came to pass? I see. So that is the truth of it. Regardless of his intent, the result is undeniable. He has furthered the cause of these misguided few who cannot let go of the past. In an instant, the delicate peace we were poised to forge is once more beyond us. To dwell so deeply on the war and the vengeance it begets, only for that too to be taken away. Is it any wonder that they were left bereft? For what was this sacrifice? Have we not to show for our suffering? I thought peace a sufficient salve, but mayhap I was mistaken. We are warriors, Lord Edmond, and ours is a nation built on centuries of warfare. Right or wrong, this is who we are. We deny it at our peril. To hold on to the past, without being beholden to it, we must needs find a way to honor the sacrifice of our forefathers without glorying in their excesses. A difficult path to be sure. We dare not deny the scars which mar our nation's soul, lest we spur other disillusioned souls to retrace them. But, as you say, we dare not revel in past glories either, for they are tainted all. A clear, unambiguous enemy, and an undeniably righteous cause. 'Tis a bitter reflection, but lies though they were, they did long serve to unite us. No truth will ever serve as well, I fear. Yet, we are not without options. At our last meeting, a proposal was tabled by the other members of the Eorzean Alliance for joint military exercises. Oh, wait, the joint exercises are in 3.2? I thought this wouldn't be till 3.3. Oh my god, that reinforces a feeling I had from my trial playthrough even more so. I'll talk about that, I guess, more during the military exercises. To strengthen the ties between our nations, test our readiness to meet with a common threat. I had thought to delay these exercises until after the peace conference. Mayhap a grand melee would be just the thing to lift our beleaguered spirits. Better still, an occasion for the Temple Knights and the Watch to take the field as allies. A unified Ishgardian force filled with men and women from all walks of life, which would stand against a coalition of the allied nations' finest. Hosted by Ishgard in the shadow of the Gates of Judgment, a victory under such circumstances would serve as a reaffirmation, nay, a declaration to all and sundry that we are as strong and united as ever. Such a victory would do much to fan the flames of patriotism, it is true. But if we should be defeated, though even to hold our own against the cream of three nations might be presented as a triumph. Very well. You may count on my support, for what little it is worth. However, I have a request. I would have my son Amanelin take part in the grand melee. By his deeds as he brought shame upon Ishgard, so by his deeds I would have him bring honor, our nation honor. As you wish, my lord. If that is his desire, then it shall be so. Now then, we have no time to lose. Ashran, would you be so kind as to deliver my instructions to Lucia? I shall write to the Alliance leaders at once and begin making arrangements for the grand melee. Should you chance to see my son, pray inform him of his duty. If he has not already returned, he will soon enough, making every effort to avoid me. Actually, I guess I'll talk about the problem that I have with this section of the game now, because I didn't really think about it until after the trial playthrough when someone else had mentioned it to me. And so maybe I missed something in my not really caring when it happened the first time. Maybe you guys would like to have this idea going in so we can pay better attention to it, which is the game tries to treat the Grand Melee like a Manilin's like redemption arc, basically, for his poor choices, right? Like redeem a Manilin after the horrible mistake he made. Probably one of the reasons why I didn't see this going in and playing through the first time on my trial playthrough is because that's ridiculous. That is utterly ridiculous. Not only does he do almost nothing, if I can remember, during the Grand Melee, other than just his job, but there has not been any real level of like character growth since his decision, which is why it amazed me so much when I realized the Grand Melee was going to be part of 3.2 and not like 3.3 or something. You know what I mean? The fact that the Grand Melee happens literally one quest after he makes a terrible decision and it's supposed to be his redemption arc, there hasn't been enough time for a redemption arc, there hasn't been any character growth, and he doesn't do anything during the Grand Melee. He does literally nothing of note that I can remember during the Melee, and yet apparently the game tries to treat it like his redemption arc. It's just idiotic. I mean, if that's even true. It's what I heard from other people. Like I said, I didn't see anything in it that made me actually think it was legitimately his redemption arc, because there's nothing in it of note for him. So that's their solution. A Grand Melee to unite the people. What part would they have you play in this affair, I wonder? You who they have taken into their confidence, upon whom they have come so heavily to rely. Well, obviously they want me to take the field and basically win the thing for them outright. All on my own. Wait. He has a Frey costume? I wonder if you picked that up off the Mog station, or if you legitimately get a Frey costume as part of, like, the Dark Knight quest line some point. Will you oblige them when the proposition is made? Will you stand for Ishgard once more? Yeah, sure. That right there. That is exactly my response right there. I'm so tired of the grand companies and the city-states and all that nonsense. I'm not gonna stand for some nation. That's idiotic. I'm supposed to be a warrior of light, and I'm supposed to be protecting not only this world, but like 12 other worlds and everything else. I'm not gonna stand for a nation. I'm just gonna help my friends. Poor choice of words for friends tried and true then. The living and the lost. So for this grand melee of his, Sir Emmerich wishes to field a force comprising both his temple knights and Hilda's watch, yes? I can only imagine what she will have to say about that. In fact, curiosity compels me to go and see for myself. So I'm very much going to be paying much closer attention to the melee to see if a Manilin actually does anything interesting, because I don't remember there being anything. Well met, Ashrin. Have you spoken with Sir Emmerich? I was aware of the Alliance's request, so Sir Emmerich would turn these exercises into a spectacle for the masses. It's not that I doubt the efficacy of such a plan. Indeed, I know its effectiveness only too well, having witnessed it firsthand. Nevertheless, he's not once given me reason to doubt his intentions, and these are desperate times indeed. I will select knights for the event forthwith. As for the watch... Did he now? How considerate of Master Thancred to seek out our young watch commander of his own volition. Alas, he acted prematurely. Pray, deliver this list of watch candidates to Hilda. I would have her best men, not her most dispensable. Down into the broom, I imagine. Yeah. time is it anyway? Oh. I'm pretty sure the weekly... Let me see. Yeah, the weekly cack pot already went off. I think it goes off at 6, or maybe 7. Either way, I missed it. That's fine. Bankert's been telling me all about Sir Emmerich's grand soiree. Seems we're expected to join in. It's nice of him to invite us and all, but I hope he knows what he's doing. Because we ain't dressed to dance with professional bleeding soldiers. Well, well. Seems the first commander's gone and handpicked her guests. Can't say I disagree with her choices, though. She's got a good eye. Will you be fighting too? Reckon it'd inspire the lads if you were. Might take their minds off getting their hides tanned and all. Think about it, eh? I hate to ask, but you haven't seen our favorite lordling, have you? I thought not. On the assumption that he is not to be found in his father's loving embrace, I suggest we split up and look for him. I'll search the foundation, and you the pillars. Probably the jeweled crozier like usual, but I'll just start here and check. Well, not that I need to check. There's literally a marker pointing me to him. Yep, over in the jeweled crozier like usual. Oh well. I think it's down. Just got home for a 10-hour shift. Holy moly. Down here? Yeah, down here. Hey, Manolin. How you doing? I carried Onawa to the manor. Our best chirurgeons are tending to him as we speak. He has yet to wake, but surely he will. So Father has volunteered me for this grand melee of theirs. My beloved family, always making my decisions for me. Uh-huh. I'm pretty much on the same page as my character here. It's like, just shut up. Pathetic. It's not like that. It's just, you wouldn't understand. How could you? Free to be the man you want to be. Whereas I... What nonsense are you talking about? Free to be the man you want to be? I'm Heidelin's chosen and the Eorzea's warrior of light. Bro, I'm literally not free to be anything other than what's been chosen for me. I couldn't possibly be anything other than what I am. No one would accept that. I'm a son of House Fortom, you see. My future was determined before I was born, what I could and could not do. Right or wrong, that was the way of it, till the old order began to crumble. Now we wander amidst the rubble, searching for a purpose, for a place. All around me, brave men and women rise to the occasion. With faith and conviction, they dedicate themselves to their causes. But not I. I was terrified of making the wrong choice, which is why I let better men make them for me. Do this, do that, take this duty, guard this conference. Suppose I convinced myself I was above it, till your friend showed me otherwise. When I saw Onawa, I wanted to scream. I wanted someone to blame. In the end, there was only me. Only me. So you see, I cannot meekly bow my head and accept Father's command. Such cowardice is what brought me to this point. I will go to Sir Emmerich, and I will make my own decision. Okay. For a sec there, I thought my game was, like, lagging or something. Okay. So he's had slight character development in that he comes in here and makes the decision himself, but that's not nearly enough, man. Like, there's
Lord
some
Commander, if I may?
there's some growth
I
as a
wish to
character,
speak
but
with
there's
you
no,
before the
like,
Grand Mayor.
legitimate actions of redemption that he takes at any point, is the problem I have. He never, like, does anything to redeem himself. He gets a little, you know, more courageous and a little more, like, disciplined, but he never actually, like, does anything important to try and fix it. Like, we don't even get back to him trying to do something to make sure that the conference works successfully this time around or anything before they so-called redeemed him.
Proceed.
How do you do it, my lord? How do you lead with such certainty, when so many of our countrymen will not hear of peace with the Dravanians? Some of them hate you almost as much as the dragons themselves. They decry you as a patricide in the streets. They even tried to kill you, for God's sakes. Yet still you march on, undaunted, where no archbishop dared to tread. What is your secret? Where do you find the strength?
For centuries, our nation has been punished for the sins of our forefathers. If our punishment is to end, I believe we must right the wrongs of antiquity and move forward as a nation united. Needless to say, my father did not share this opinion. He did not believe the people strong enough to bring about their own deliverance, trusting only in himself. Tyranny seemed to him the only... But I have faith in the people, Lord Amanalain. I have faith that they will weather this storm and overcome every trial we set before them. Many have fought and died to see this blight upon our nation's history cleansed, and I would not let their sacrifices be in vain. Though we invite reprisals, the risk is worth the reward.
I want to believe. I do. Lord Commander, through my careless orders, a pall has been cast over these proceedings, and I beg the opportunity to make amends. I, Amanalain de Forton, do hereby request leave to take part in the Grand Melee.
Who am I to deny such a heartfelt plea? We would be honored to have you join the fray, my lord.
I think some of my problem with this also falls on the idea that they use the Grand Melee as a way to redeem him. This doesn't make any sense. The Grand Melee is not like life-threatening or a real trial in any way. It's literally war games between the city-states. Like, none of them had any intention of ever killing each other. He was not fighting for his own life. He was not fighting to protect his countrymen. He's literally just participating in some war games.
You'll take charge of the Ishgardian forces.
For all my other responsibilities, I am still Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, and I would not soon yield this duty to another.
The esteemed Sir Emmerich leading the Temple Knights and the Watch into battle along with my youngest. I could wish for no more.
Then you wish for too little, my lord. There is another who might yet join the fray.
Yup.
An indispensable ally to whom
Of course they were
going
going to come asking. I'm willing to do it. If it'll help with the whole Dragon Song War and all this nonsense, I'll do it. Plus, Emmerich's a good guy. I'll help him.
An adventurer beholden to none, who nevertheless chose to champion our cause, who has shared in our suffering and in our glory. A warrior without equal, who I am privileged to call a friend. There is no one I would rather have fighting by
It is kind of hilarious with them recruiting me, though. Someone who's been involved in the Dragon Song War for about a week and has no loyalty to Ishgard whatsoever. It's like, fight for us against the other city-states. Like, yeah, sure, why not? I have about as much loyalty to Ishgard as I do to any of the other city-states, so why not? But it's like, I don't know how great your big victory will be if most of it was done because you recruited me into your party. But sure, why not?
I ask this in full knowledge of your obligations, and will not think less of you should you refuse. But if your conscience will allow it, might you oblige me, my friend, one more time?
I will say, more importantly to me than I choose to fight alongside Ishgard in this Grand Melee is by allying with Ishgard, it finally does give Raubon a chance to do something he's been wanting to do for a while now. And I'm all for that. You know what I mean? I'm all for what Raubon wants to do during this melee. It's like, sure. You want to, buddy? Sure, let's do it.
Together we shall give the people a spectacle for the ages, a celebration to mark the dawning of a new era.
Honestly, when it comes to Raubon, I think on some levels, after all the struggle and suffering he's been through recently, he needs to sort of prove to himself, even if no one else, that he's still capable of, like, fulfilling his duties and all that. What better way to test yourself? I really had full-on forgotten that the Grand Melee was in 3.2. Like I said before, given that the stupid mistake that Amanolin makes is in 3.2, I had just sort of assumed on some level that the Melee was a bit later. Dare say it might be cheating, too. Your mere presence is enough to turn the tide of most battles. Yeah, well, there is that. One of the city-states was probably going to get me to join them and fight alongside them, so, you know, it's going to happen. Besides, the other 3 city-states know how capable I am very well, more than most, so I'm sure they'll be taking extra precautions of, like, let's put 1 squad over here to fight the Ishgardians and, like, 5 squads over here to fight Ash during the melee. See the way his eyes lit up when you nodded. It was a look of boundless relief and joy. One would think a politician more practiced at concealing his emotion. Still, his honesty does him credit. For a moment, I was fair inspired to pledge myself to the cause, but that would be improper. This is their fight, and yours, but not mine. Alphino could join, though. He's about as loyal to Ishgard as I am at this point. Probably more so. We both have about as much connection to... Yes! Finally, I'm going to get one of the emotes that I wanted. So I get the victory pose now. The battle stance is also, I believe, part of the MSQ, and it should come pretty soon. I think if victory pose is here, battle stance, I believe, is in 3.3. I think. But I will be glad that I'm finally getting victory pose. Sir Emmerich informs me that the Alliance leaders have agreed to his proposal. Grand Melee will be held here in the shadow of the Gates of Judgment and in sight of the capital. An announcement has been made. Allied forces are currently en route. The eyes of Ishgard are upon us, Ashran. We must not fail. A rare opportunity to see you pit yourself against Allied forces, outside of Cartno, perhaps. When he said that during the trial playthrough, it was like, why? I never take part in the PvP. This time around, I have actually been taking part in the PvP a little bit, so guess it does make sense. Wow, that is a heck of a glam, dude. Straight up, like, pimp costume, and he's using a staff, so it's his big old cane. Would not miss this for the world. Let me check something. No, not trash that. Sorry, just changing a couple of things on my stream really quickly. Guess we'll see. Not sure if that worked quite right, but I guess we'll see after the stream. Outside the Gate of Judgment. Pretty sure we're at the same point in the story. Hey Hilda. Hey girl. Ain't often highborn dandies deign to fight alongside us hoi polloi. Like all our name days rolled into one it is. Then again, it's our national pride that's at stake. National and personal. I ain't about to let that snotty-nosed lordling show me up. It's a matter of pride for the Alliance as well. They will not scruple to send their best against us. Yet we must not be cowed. Too much rests on our success. There he is. I say, when you didn't appear, I began to question. Nothing. Never mind. To think that we are mere moments away from facing the cream of Eorzea's soldiery in battle. That I am mere... But what if... Now what am I saying? I have to stop imagining the worst. Must think of the victory, of the glory, of the stories I will tell Onawa when he awakes. Ready, old boy. Are you? Yep. By the Fury, how could I forget? Father bid me present this to you. I know it is sudden, but we believe the men would find it inspiring if you bore the colors of House Photom into battle. Pray do us this honor. Oh yeah, don't they force me into a costume like theirs, the House Photom Knight costume, during the Grand Melee? Yeah. Yes, they glamour over my gear with the chainmail armor that like a Manolin has right now. So that I'm dressed like a House Photom Knight. Hey Rashot, hey Pippin, hey Raubon, hey Uloa, Vosel. Uloa. I think that's everyone with an actual name in that group. Yep, dressed up like a House Photom Knight. I do kind of love that. It's like the 3 city-states that I've worked with, and then Ishgard takes the field, and out I walk wearing their colors. Like, well, okay then. This will be interesting.
Let all here present heed well the rules of engagement.
Large-scale battle in which an allied company of Uldan, Gridanian, and Laminsim forces will be pitted against a company of Ishgardian forces. So I guess this is kind of a way for Ishgard to be like, our pride as a nation and as soldiers, blah, 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 right? That they're taking a 3-on-1 type of match. There. Oh, just a sec. Just a second. All right. When a combatant is incapacitated, the opposing company will be awarded tactical points. First company to attain the designated tactical rating of 100 points is declared the victor. During the Grand Melee, officiants may mark certain combatants with the Fury's Gaze, which will be indicated by an ethereal tether linking them to their company's flag. While defeating most combatants will award your company 1 tactical point, defeating marked combatants will award your company 10. So the second you see someone tethered, destroy them. Basically, that's how you win the Grand Melee. 1 point here, 1 point there really doesn't matter all that much. Go after the tethered combatants. Our combatants also possess enhanced attributes, rendering them more powerful and more difficult to defeat. Not that much more. I will guarantee you right now, marked combatants are not 10 times more difficult to defeat, so efficiency-wise, it's worth it. Go for them. Defending and defeating these combatants is the key to victory. Yep, even the game knows.
For the honor and the glory of Ishgard.
So this victory pose is one of the reasons why I've been sort of pushing the MSQ even more lately. Right? I want victory pose, I want battle stance, and I want access to the diadem and restoration and stuff, which all of that I think I'll have by the end of 3.3. I believe.
All is ready then. Very well. Brave men and women of the Eorzean Alliance, let the Grand Melee begin!
I kind of love that Kaneseta and Merowib are up there with her running the thing, right? But Raubon's like, man, forget that. If we're going to be fighting, I'm down in the trenches fighting. There's no way I'm missing this. But then if I'm taking the field, then they should be allowed to put Raubon on the field, because otherwise this would have been a complete waste of time for everyone other than me. Hey Pippin, sorry about this, buddy. Oh, no, actually I'm not going after Pippin first. I'm going after you. There we go. I don't know if Battle Litany even does anything for NPCs. Oh, someone else has been tagged. This one. Well, there's a Manolin. He is actually fighting, so there is that. See, just go after the ones that are tagged. Honestly, it's so much more worth your time. Just take out the ones that are tagged. Hey, Riki, sorry about this. But you're the one who took the tether, so you gotta go. But she's actually decently stronger. That's because she's a named person, that's why. Who's next? No one? Okay, no one then. Oh, Lucia got our tether, so everyone's running for her. They still haven't tagged her? Oh, hey, look, Riki's back. I should probably try and take out the named combatants before they get tethered, because they actually do become a little bit annoying to try and beat once they're tethered. Wow, there's just hasn't... Okay, there's the tether. Let's get rid of Pippin since he's almost done anyway. Oh, look, some nameless person got the tether. That'll be easy.
Right there!
Bye, Hula. And this Serpent Veteran, who was the one that was actually tethered. Boom. Oh, look, they tethered me! Oh, me and Raubon, yeah, this is the point where they don't bother to tether you until the cutscene, right? Until it's time for the cutscene, where they tethered me and Raubon, and he's like, fine, forget everyone else, this is all that matters. Cyclops, everyone on your guard! All forces, fall back! Get that! We don't need to do that. Thancred. He's like, nah, forget that. You guys keep up your melee, I'll deal with this. Did he just uppercut a Cyclops in the eye? Oh, Thancred, I love you, man. You're the best. Continue the melee, I'll deal with him. Oh my god, Thancred. Pissed him off. Daft sod. You heard the man, back to it. All forces form a line on Ashran now. Because I'm the one who's tethered, me and Raubon, it's like, everyone gather up on them. There's no way you guys are gonna stop him. Raubon's been waiting for this moment since, like, the first time he and I met. Probably ever since I defeated Ifrit and became the Warrior of Light, Raubon's been waiting for this moment. No one's standing in his way. I'm perfectly fine with this, Raubon. If you want to do this, let's do this. Not lie, I was hoping it would come to this. So then, shall we dance? Damn it all. Love that. Both of us tethered in a one-on-one. Let's do it, Rabon. Yeah, I figured he'd be immune to stuns. I mean, he doesn't stand a chance, but this is still fun. Nope, too late. I took out all of your swords. Oh, alright, take your victory, you've heard it. Knocks me back into the fire, and then he's like, oh, I'm done. Like, most of them couldn't even see in while we were fighting.
Did he win? Then we...
Yeah, we did.
Victory is ours! Ishgard! Ishgard!
Like, I love that, especially the one-on-one with Raubon that you finally get to have is really fun, but it kind of just reinforces the point that's like, the Warrior of Light just won this whole thing for you guys. Or whatever.
Well fought! Well fought, my friend! You truly are the warrior of
Of
warriors.
the, like, Riki and
Let the
Pippin in the
fury
background,
roll
just
out
like,
of
ah,
it.
dang it.
Oh, my lungs are burning, and I can barely stand.
Yeah, I still don't buy this.
I didn't think I could do it, but then I did. We did. We faced the Alliance's best, and together, with one heart, with one purpose, we prevailed.
I mean, there is more to his character and how involved he is in the Grand Melee than I remembered from my trial playthrough, but I still don't buy it. They rush this redemption arc so hard that it's completely unbelievable.
After 1,000 years of hardship, of strife and bloodshed, we are strong enough to rise to any challenge, be it on the battlefield or beyond. The future holds so much promise, so much joy. We need only show them the way.
A truly magnificent display, Sir Knight. While doubtless less than pleased, I am quite sure the Grand Companies are honored to have been bested by such valiant warriors.
The honor was ours, Your Grace.
I am pleased to see that Ishgard's proud martial tradition is being upheld. When the time comes, I trust you will fight alongside your brothers and sisters in the Eorzean Alliance with the same fervor you displayed in opposing them. I note that our friend elected to take the field in Ishgardian colors.
At my behest, Your Grace. If we have given offense, the blame lies with me.
Fear not, Sir Knight. It was a surprise, nothing more. And any hint of ill feeling was thoroughly dispelled by the spectacle of our mutual friend's duel with General Raubard.
Yep.
On the subject of surprises, I could not help but marvel at the passion and unity of purpose displayed by your countrymen, given the troubling reports we have received of late.
I shall take that as a compliment, Your Grace. The events to which you allude are the price of change. The end of the Dragonsong War marks the beginning of a new era for our nation, and for the people, high and lowborn alike, who will lead her into the future.
Ah, yes. The people. Change is indeed a perilous thing, for we who seek it, and they who fear it. I shall pray for Ishgard, and for you.
Yeah, in fact, you both had assassination attempts because of the change that you were trying to bring.
Well, that made for a refreshing change. Congratulations on your victory, by the way.
Like, I can already just picture some Cyclops off in the wilderness somewhere with, like, stars and birds floating above his head, just completely out of it right now. Like, not even dead, not even killed or anything. I think Vacred probably just beat the crap out of him and left him out there barely conscious.
Ishgardians certainly seem happy with themselves. I, for my part, am merely glad you did not strain anything in the process of single-handedly winning the battle for them. Tis but a scratch, I assure you, and I will not suffer you to worry over me. Not when we have a dozen far more important concerns. Make that 2 dozen. Still, as Y'shtola never tires of telling me, we can but face them head-on one at a time. One day at a time. As Minfilia would have done.
And now... Hey, Robon. Balls, I had forgotten what it was like to feel so alive. Not since leaving the Blood Sands have I had the privilege. Not since the Bull of Alamigo hung up his swords. Back then, the outcome might have been different, but I do not begrudge you your victory. I know how far you have come. How much you have endured. Our fight only confirmed it. We shall have to do this again one day when time allows. I shall look forward to it. Now go. Go to the Ishgardians and celebrate your victory. You have earned it. Come, Pippin. Her Grace is expecting us. Lead on, Father. And... Thancred. Oh. Further back in here. What do you have to say? I really want to see more about what's going on with the Manolin, so I can see if this is even slightly more believable than I think it is. Turn to the capital at once and tell them all about our victory, blah, blah, blah. Not really. Said your goodbyes. In all the years I have known Raoban, I cannot recall ever seeing him look so happy in defeat. Well, everything seems to be falling into place, does it not? Ishgardians have claimed their symbolic victory, and the Eorzean alliance has been strengthened in the process. Be proud, Ash. You made this happen. They are pretty impressive. The pose and the battle stance. Once I do get the victory pose, which I have now, and the battle stance as well, I'll probably go back through my macros, No, not that. This. Go back through my class change macros that I have. And, decide on, whether I want the victory pose or the battle stance for each class, or if I want something else that I think will just fit it better. Because right now I'm using a number of different ones, like Stretch for the more athletic ones, Lookout for, Dragoon and things like that. I think I use Tombstone for Machinist, a bunch of different ones that kind of fit them. But with victory pose and battle stance, it'll be much more kind of personalized, since that makes use of the class's actual, weapon and their abilities and stuff. For those we can yet save. Let me see where this one ends. Causes and costs. That's the last quest for this section. Okay. So we do actually go through the conference as well during this section of the storyline. It's a decent amount longer than I expected it to be, but not too bad. We've done it. Nay, you have done it. You've brought us the victory we so desperately needed. There's naught left but to return to the capital. Come, let us see what reception awaits us. God, I love the half Elezen design on Hilda. You know? The half Elezen design is so good looking. It sucks so much that you can't actually, make a character who's half Elezen. Hey, Anawa.
au revoir, my boy. Shouldn't you be in bed?
Thank you for your concern, my lord. But I have largely recovered from my ordeal, and I have naught but several scars to show for it, which I have been told some women may find appealing.
I see. And to think I was worried sick over you.
I'm not sure I understand, my lord.
Well, let's put that theory to the proof, shall we?
My lord?
'Twould seem that a great many things have occurred in my absence. I thought I might begin to make amends by welcoming you in person.
The messengers spared not their chocobos to bring us word of your victory in the grand melee. I cannot well describe our elation when we heard the news. It called to mind the day we rejoined the Eorzean alliance, when I glimpsed hope rekindled in the eyes of the people.
I wonder if they're gonna give me that suit of House Photom knight armor, so that I can use it for glamour in the future.
The Fury
during these
herself
quests.
ushers us into a new era. Sir Emmerich, the time is now.
Aye, that it is. Reconvene the conference and summon Vidofnir to Falcon's Nest. We will make peace with Hraesvelga's brood and hasten this bloody war to its end.
Yes, Lord Commander.
I will send word to Artoirel and bid him resume preparations. Emmanuel, you'll place yourself at your brother's disposal. He'll be glad of your assistance.
No stopping it now, is there? We should inform Y'shtola and the others.
So we're actually going to make it to the conference, and there will be one more
My
big
dear
spoiler
friend,
twist
I
for
doubt I will ever be
Heavensward
able
coming
to
up,
thank
in
you
case
enough.
anyone's worried about
But when the
that.
conference is successfully concluded, I damn well mean to try.
Just, let's not get a drink together, please. Every time anyone gives me food or drink, it's drugged. Say you dueled General Raoban within a ring of flames. I did not think the man so ostentatious. Would that I could have seen it. After we parted ways in Matoya's cave, I returned here to speak with Tataru. We agreed to tell the others only that our search for Minfilia had reached an impasse. Subsequently learned that you had left for Falcon's Nest, but I thought it best to keep to myself for a time. I am wont to rely on you over much when we are together. I needed to think, to reflect. Still do, I suspect, but matters here seem to be coming to a head. In short, there are some things I feel I must say, though nothing so urgent that it cannot wait until after the conference. So let us make for Falcon's Nest and see if Lord Artoirel has need of our assistance. So we're actually already over 3 hours, but I don't think the Heavens Turn event will take much time, so I probably will run through it after I finish this section of the patch. Modest Matron? Held on to the Aegir for so long, it was the only way I could cope with my husband's passing. Daughter, stubborn as she is, insisted that we attend. thought this day would come. Never wanted it, never needed it. When I saw these young ones for their sake then. Yeah, exactly. I don't care that you're all angry at the dragons for the loved ones you've lost. I respect that. But don't sacrifice 10 more generations of your offspring to suffer the same because of your anger. How Ishgard trounced the Alliance forces in the Grand Melee. I knew they would be no match for us. Credit to the Lord Commander, I say. I know some still had their doubts about his watch initiative. Who can argue with results like that? Well met, Master Lath. And thank you for looking after my brother. You know, I gotta look after family. Even if he is annoying. They say he fought bravely, that he did not dishonor his house. But you, my lord, to you we owe everything. As you can see, we've made every effort to strike while the iron is hot. Made our intentions known, and that all would be welcome to attend. So they came. By the grace of the Fury, they came. Ceremony will not be a lengthy affair. There's still much to be done. I would speak with you more, but I must see to my duties. As for you and Master Alphino, you will do naught but enjoy yourselves, is that clear? If any dare beg your assistance again, I will have words. Well, there you have it. We have been forbidden from meddling. Shall we wait, or have you other matters to attend to before the ceremony begins? I'm good. Excellent. I only hope Thancred and the others will not be late. Epochal events do not come around very often. Big spoiler cutscene for Heavensward.
The appointed hour approaches.
Aye.
Yeah. Shut up and sit there.
She begged leave to watch the proceedings. I saw no reason not to grant it.
Should I choose to deviate from my prepared remarks, I ask that you trust in my judgment.
Have I ever done otherwise?
Look!
The White Dragon!
Ah, how long it hath been since our peoples met thus, children of Thordan, even by our reckoning.
Vidofnir, daughter of Hraesvelga, we give thanks for your visit, and bid you welcome to Falcon's Nest.
Our sire bade us hearken unto the whispers of our hearts. They spoke to us of a paradise lost, of bonds of brotherhood which they yearn to see restored.
Ours too yearn for such a restoration, and they have guided us here this day, that they might yearn no longer.
Brothers and sisters, ye who stand as witness, hearken to me. Since the days of Eld, when the bonds betwixt man and dragon were sundered by our hand, our peoples have known only war. Bloodshed without end, losses beyond counting, and still we fought. And still we fought. Some wounds do not heal. The dead cannot be returned to us. But we, the living, can yet choose another course. Here and now, we can lay down this burden, this hatred, this vengeance. Our forebears fought not so that we could die, but that we might live. So let us honor their sacrifice and spare our children this death sentence. Let us gift them a new legacy, life.
Betwixt our peoples yawneth a divide deeper than the deepest abyss, wider than the widest sea. Generations will live and die ere this divide is bridged. Knowing this, doth thy heart yet yearn for peace, son of Thordan?
Look now on the legacy we would leave to our children. A dream of peace, inscribed in stone for generations to come.
Yeah. Shiva and Hraesvelgr.
Father and his beloved, as they were so long ago, happy and at peace. The dream they shared shall be ours once more.
Yep. Sure, there's no one left who'd want to stop this. Oh wait, aren't we forgetting something?
Never!
Oh yeah, him. Guys just sort of forgot about that one, didn't ya? Yep, everyone stand around, no one do nothing. Jesus.
Your bow!
Dream of peace immediately sprayed in blood.
Child of Dravania, art thou grown so forgetful that thou wouldst forsake kith and kin and consort with the spawn of Thordan? That thou wouldst dare contemplate peace? Hearken unto me, all of you! The final chorus is nigh, and all will be held to account. All will bathe in the flames of retribution. Till the coming of that day, look you on your sins and despair,
For none shall escape my wrath. None shall escape my revenge!
7 hells.
It's an understatement. So what, you guys didn't believe me when I told you?
Damn you, Nidhogg. Hells, take that worm! While he lives, we'll never know peace.
Yeah, pretty much. I will admit you're right about that.
There'll be no end to this war till Nidhogg is dead and gone!
So let's kill the bastard and be done with it. Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg!
Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg!
Okay then, guys. They go, the last of the guests. Having come hither with hope in their hearts, they depart with hatred and bloodlust. At least it's a little more focused than kill all the dragons. Till the moment I saw him strike, I still held some small hope. What you had seen in Azys Law was an illusion, perhaps? He acted without hesitation, as did Sir Emmerich. For a mercy, Vidofnir's wound was not mortal. So Lucia tells me. Dragon was spirited away to Annex Shrine to receive care from her brethren. We can but hope her recovery is swift. But such was surely Nidhogg's intent. To deliver a proclamation not only to the children of Thordan, but to his kindred. War is coming, and ye who do not stand with us stand apart. She was an example, a message to her brood. Another instrument of his vengeance, like Astinian. And now? Yep, causes and costs. So this is the last quest for this section of the patches. Oh, is that Battle Stance? Oh, cool. So I get Battle Stance and Victory Pose both out of this one. I don't think I unlocked the Diadem and Ishgard Restoration until the end of the Dragonsong War, so 3.3. I said I wished to speak with you after the conference. I confess, I envisaged rather happier circumstances. If anything, however, this latest tragedy makes the need more pressing. There are things I must say. Not to the Warrior of Light, or even my fellow Scion, but to you, Ash. My friend. But not here, no. But of course, the Intercessory in Camp Dragonhead is still open to us. Let us go there. Before I leave, There's a couple of people I want to see if they're even around here and see if I can talk to them. Subany. Why is there a kitten up here? Okay.
Forgive me. That took longer than expected. You seem puzzled. Oh, these. I thought something warming might not go amiss. It was not all that long ago that we sat here, you and I, in our very own falling snows, as Lord Horshvon called it. I still struggle to believe he is gone. And Azelle too. I had such hopes for her. Master Matoya asked me what it was all for. Why we fight. And why we die. Were I still commander of the Braves, I would doubtless have replied, for the future of Eorzea. But I'm not that man. Not anymore.
See, now this is a believable amount of, like, character growth and a redemption arc. Yeah, it just hammers home even more. What happened with Amanelin was rushed so heavy-handedly that it's just not believable. Everything Alphino goes through makes it very believable how he grows as a character.
I needed a new answer. One that I could live with. And when I saw Estinian at the ceremony, I knew at last what it was. I do not want to be a man who sacrifices his friends and family for a cause. I want to fight for Estinian, and I want to save him. When Nidhogg leads the Horde into battle, Ser Emeric and his forces will do what they believe must be done. That is their choice to make. Yet even if Ser Emeric is willing to forsake Estinian, I am not. We must fight for him, for he is our friend and ally. We may struggle, we may fail, but we must try.
Yeah, that's what I was planning to do anyway. Just because I understand that with the dangers we're facing, we're gonna lose people along the way doesn't mean I'm not gonna fight with every fiber of my being to save as many as I can.
We will. I know we will.
Thank you, Ash. It is unfair of me to unburden myself in this manner, time after time, but I am glad that you permit me nonetheless. You are my true friend and ally. Though not all of our fellow Scions will support our stance on Estinian, I have faith that we will win them over in due course. Such is the infectious power of hope. Right. That's quite enough solemn introspection for one day. I think we would both benefit from some time in the company of Tataru. She stays for us at Fortaunt Manor. Let us not keep her waiting any longer. Yep, this should be the end of this patch. Yet again, we walk an all too familiar path. I'm reminded of when we first came to this manor. Lost and uncertain, we were granted succor in our hour of need. We were saved. Now it is our turn to return the favor. Hear, hear! Let no one say that the Scions do not repay their debts. After all, what kind of people would we be if we forsook our friends? We stopped looking for Ida and Papalymo if we gave up hope of bringing Minfilia back. Though she knew it would cost her dearly, Filia reached out to us to deliver a message. She believed it was imperative that we understand the true nature of this star, of the rift between Zodiark and Hydaelyn, and of the Ascian's aspirations. But for all that has been revealed, I cannot shake the suspicion that there is much we have yet to learn. In any event, I think it time we step back from the fray and carefully consider our next course of action. Not be easy to turn this tragedy to triumph. We will find a way. We will. Hellfire, Slipstream, Hellfire, Torrent. I don't need any of that stuff. None of that stuff is the best that's available to me. Battle stance.
Of all the ways for it to end. Even before his transformation, I could feel the worm's hatred swirling about Estinian. The terrible, all-consuming rage. Enough to fuel a 1,000-year quest for vengeance. It was all I could do not to run away screaming. But Ishgardians, nay, all Eorzeans, are made of sterner stuff. They face danger and death on a daily basis and understand what it takes to win a war.
Think not too deeply on Master Matoya's words. Her intent was but to steal our resolve. That, and to remind us to look beyond these passing conflicts to trials greater still, to the truth which hides at the heart of this world.
So that's your aim, is it?
You disapprove?
Not at all. I believe it's traditional for the student to follow in the footsteps of the master. And you are so very alike.
Hey, buddy.
change. That great inexorable wave was upon us, and soon all of Ishgard would bend to its will.
It's weird. Look at the helm on this unidentified
For all
Ellazin
our
here.
sins,
And the fact that they
for
have
our
the little
scars,
ears for like the
future
Ellazin
for which we'd
ears
long yearned
built
was
into
at
the armor,
last
that can't be
within our
comfortable.
grasp.
That's gotta hurt like hell, having that like metal armor hanging on your ears
But
like that.
it would be bought at a heavy price.
As I get completely
For in
tangentially
those
sidetracked
twilight
in the middle of a
hours
big
did
cutscene.
Nidhogg cry out for vengeance, and his brethren raised their voices for the final chorus of the Dragon Song War.
Or the gears of change, huh? Caution, Ida. That is all I ask. Do not be so eager to place your faith in them, not until we know more. This is stuff that is 3.4. Well, 3.4 and 3.5, I believe, tends to deal with this stuff. Hey, Griffin. First gear, huh? Gear of change. Materia, completed a Wondrous Tale. Marauders, level 60, so I need to do those quests too eventually. But for now, I remembered what the victory pose on Dragoon is. I can't remember what the battle stance on Dragoon is, though. Huh. Interesting enough. I'll get around to figuring out which emote I want to use on which classes later. Right now, I need to... Where's that set? Revenant's Toll. Nope. Limsa. I've already gone a little longer. I'm about a half hour over my usual stream time, but... I really want to do this holiday event thing on stream, and I've been kind of putting it off for so long that I think it's going to end soon. Plus, these things usually only take like 15 minutes, maybe 30 minutes to complete. The events, holiday events, are really kind of quick. Because there's generally like one quest and a couple of items you can buy. So I'm going to do this one today. Get the golden and silver. Actually, let me go ahead and start, I believe that's the right, okay. Just setting up my OBS to record this as well. Because I think I may put it up on YouTube. The whole, like, event playthrough and the rewards and stuff. You there, unless my eyes deceive me, you strike me as a gent who knows how to look after himself. An adventurer, you say? Oh, how fortuitous. Ah, but where are my manners? I am the Torabugyo, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Might I ask a moment of your time? You're far too kind. Allow me, in that case, to explain my current situation. I've made my way to Eorzea as part of a delegation sent from Hingashi to partake in the Heavens Turn celebrations. I've been briefed that the Eorzeans believe that at year's end, the gods choose one among their number to serve next as a herald of good fortune. In the Far East, it's not a god, but one of the 12 great beasts that is chosen. And this year shall belong to the formidable Torah. You may know it better as a tiger in these lands. Regardless, you doubtless now understand why I come dressed in my present attire. Now allow me to proceed to the heart of the matter. Normally, we celebrate auspicious events with a spot of mochi pounding. However, I think you'll agree such a meager celebration is hardly befitting of the mighty Torah. No, I have something much grander in mind. I'm currently searching for like-minded souls to help me. Frankly, a battle-hardened adventurer such as yourself would be perfect. Should you be willing to aid me, I shall see you rewarded with a kabuto of your own. What say you? Ah, thank you kindly. Now, why, Torabugyo, I see you have found a willing assistant at last. Your timing could not have been better. This kind soul is willing to lend a much-needed hand. Well, I must say, he certainly looks the part. Is that? Do not agree, Master. He's perfect for the ceremony. This kid looks like he could be Unu Kalhai's, like, doppelganger here from Our Star. Seriously, it looks almost exactly like him, but a little less pale. You may want to hear his opinion on the matter first. You see, he is positively bewildered at present. But allow me to clear up exactly who we are first. We are a clan of mages practiced in the ways of Onmyodo, come to perform a ritual designed to quell the evil forces. It's nothing overly complex. We simply put on a performance that we hope will please the gods. The ritual this time has its origins in a rather old tale concerning a ferocious tiger. We will use our powers to give life to the tiger, adorning the folding screen we have brought with us. Then you, in your role as bloodthirsty warrior, shall vanquish the foul beast. Assuming you agree to participate, of course. Sure, why not? Slay tigers for breakfast. They want a bloodthirsty warrior, after all. I knew we could count on you the moment I saw you. Hardened adventurers never back down from a challenge, after all. You have my sincerest thanks, kind adventurer. Now, if you'll excuse us, we must ready the ritual site. If you would head to the site in Middle Lenosha, southeast of the Zephyr Gate, I shall see to inviting spectators to the performance. I've actually already done this fight. I did it on another character, an alt that I was working on, but the alt wasn't level 15, so I just sort of stumbled into the fight and decided to help out the people that were doing it. Because you only need to be around like level 8, 9, maybe 10 to really do this. I mean, not to do it solo, but to help others do it. Really, you don't need to be that high of a level. It's a pretty interesting fight. Ah, adventurer. Good to see you once more. Preparations for the ritual are finished at last. We would like to request you play the role of the noble warrior. It's quite simple. We shall summon forth an apparition of the mighty Torah from a folding screen, and you simply need to slay it. Can we count on your aid? See, recommended level for this fate is 5. I mean, I'm going to be synced so low, I'm going to have almost no abilities whatsoever. Ugh, I don't... There's so many abilities I do not have. Can I summon? Yep, I can. Good, I can summon him in the middle of the fight. Because I completely forgot to do so. Oh, nope, there's another party in here that's already working together, I think. I don't think I really need to use True North for any of this. None of these have positionals. The only two attacks I have, and neither of them have positionals anyway. Yeah, it keeps resisting the stuns. I don't think there's any reason to even bother using that attack. Why is he so focused on the other one? Does a machinist just pull that much aggro, that much enmity? Like, so much enmity with their attacks? See, so that's where this becomes kind of interesting, is when he does the summons and you have a bunch of AoEs you need to sort of dodge. Oh, whoops. I ran right into one. Great. God, since the level on this is so low, you just lose so many abilities. You have like nothing. I have a 2-part combo and a couple little buffs. Alright. And back into Limsa. Destination is congested. Oh, great. Da-da-da-da-da. Just keep my finger down on the W, I guess, until it becomes uncongested. Good God, man. There we go. I wonder what would be a good class to play as when you're going into like super low level content. Like which class just has sort of the best abilities really early on. I mean, it's definitely not Dragoon. I don't even get a single one of my jumps or most of my buffs that early on. You are returned. Judging by your contented expression, I assume the ritual was a resounding success. I take it our friend here has delivered the good news. Truly an astounding performance. It was as if I was gazing upon the great Tenzin himself. I am glad to see you are unharmed. Pray tell, are you familiar with a hero by the name of Tenzin? The tale of Tenzin is far and away the most well-known epic in the Far East. Our little performance just now was inspired by but a part of it. Legend has it that upon stopping at a small village whilst on his travels, Tenzin encountered a starved, crazed tiger. Naturally, he made short work of the beast, thus saving the peasants from their plight. Tales such as this tend to become somewhat exaggerated over time. While I cannot account for their veracity, the importance of helping those in need is something that cannot be overstated. Allow me to extend our thanks to you once again for all you've done. As promised, this Kabuto is yours to keep. Actually, there's 2 of them, right? Or do I have to choose one? Thank you once again, noble adventurer. We intend to put on our performance a few more times during Heaven's Turn. We should be glad of your assistance again if you are willing. And I did notice this when I was playing it on my other alt character, that you actually do get... Oh, I do have to choose one. Silver. Absolutely silver. You do actually get some, like, little resource by competing in that fate over and over again that I assume you use to buy some of the other stuff that's available. Feline fun, huh? No, no titles or anything. And then let them eat cake. Magic prisms. It doesn't matter too much. Let me see. I think the festival supplier is probably the one that has... Yeah, you get Heaven's Turn of the Tiger tickets. So that's how you can get the other Kabuto, the one you didn't choose. And then there's a painting... And then a meal for gatherers, and then more of those advent cakes. Nothing too amazing. But you can get both Kabutos, so that's good. Oh good, it can go in the armoire, so I don't have to worry about putting it in my glamour dresser. Alright, I'll run through this one once as well. Even though it's the repeatable quest, during Starlight Celebration, the repeatable quest still did have really good story in it. I just didn't care to do it a bunch of times is all. So I'll see if this one has some decent story in it. Just who I wanted to see. I was wondering if you'd be willing to help hand out a few advent cakes. It's customary for us to do so during Heaven's Turn. We finished preparing them but a short while ago, and who better to share them with the townspeople than the man of the hour? Here you are. Pray take these to Hawker's Alley. I imagine it won't be long before you find passers-by eager for one of these delectable delights. Aren't the Advent cakes like little mochi balls or little rice balls or something like that? I think. Oh, Heaven's Turn Tiger tickets. Didn't know I had those. Tasty rice cakes. Yeah, they're little like onigiri cake things. Hawker's Alley. So did I get those Heaven's Turn tickets just from facing the tiger the first time? Because if I did, then that's enough. That should be enough. I think the other Kabuto and maybe the painting were like 5 each, so you could literally get all 3 of the unique things from this event by just doing it once. I'll double check that when I'm finished here. Mochi Daikon. Can I interest you fine folks in some delicious rice cakes? No better way to celebrate Heaven's Turn than with a delicious treat. Hello there, can I interest you in some Advent cakes? What's that? You've been sent to help me, have you? Splendid. Alright, the key is to position yourself somewhere that sees plenty of footfall. That'd be right by the Aetheryte. There's always a bunch of weirdos around there, showing off their glamour and doing bard performances and stuff. I shall go ahead and hand my cakes out elsewhere. Someone rather familiar approaches you. Local tavern owner or a yellow jacket? Do I want Batterin? No, not Batterin. Yes, no. You know what? I'll just do it randomly. I'm gonna hit enter in one of these times, and then we'll see. Turns out it was tavern owner. Yeah, it is Batterin. I was getting him mixed up with the guy that you were introduced to at the very beginning of the game when you come in. I can't even remember that guy's name, but for some reason I thought that was Batterin for a minute. I heard some over here was passing out about Advent cakes. Never dreamed it'd be you of all people. If it's really going to be a bunch of like A-B choices, maybe I will actually run this repeatable event twice and then just choose the opposite and show off all of them. Well, can we have some? Heavily armored dragoon walking around handing out Advent cakes. Ah, that's it. That's the ready taste. I've been wanting to do something with rice cakes at the Bismarck, but I still can't get them to taste like the real thing. Me and old Lingseth here usually enjoy each other's company over drinks, but we nearly got into a brawl the other day talking about the best way to prepare rice cakes. Never did come to an agreement, though. So we decided we'd both try a hand at it and see whose was best. In case you're curious, I cooked me rice cakes first. Drizzled some Far Eastern soy sauce on them, and then wrapped the blighters in seaweed. Just listen to this tripe. They're best in a rich broth with a few choice ingredients. Piping soup with your cakes is a sight better than that load of bilge you call food. Still itching for a fight, huh? Well, that's generally how it went anyway. Doubt we'll ever find common ground at this rate. You can say that again. At least we'll never run out of things to talk about at the tavern. Sounds like you're giving up to me. Any road, we'll be seeing you around, Ash. Stick your head in the drowned winch next time you got some time on your hands. Oh wow, right back to Torbugyo? Was it really just one? That's all? It's just one time? If that's the case, I really will run it a second time, because why not? I can see what the other option is. I figured you'd have 2 or 3 or 4 or however many of those. Alright, let me check this. Yeah, they're 5 each. So I can buy the golden kabuto. I get the painting too, but it really doesn't matter. It's unsellable, it's market prohibited. I'm not going to use it, so I don't really see the reason to. Maybe one of the other kabutos? No, they're unsellable and market prohibited as well, so there's no real reason to get a second one. Untradeable, untradeable, unsellable. There's no real reason to get extras of anything. You honestly end up with more of these tiger tickets than you need unless you really want the advent cakes or the zoni or whatever. Okay. I mean, even if you bought the painting as well, you'd still have a couple left over. Oh, you returned. I see you are without advent cakes. Another day's work complete then. Thanks in no small part to you. Pray you take your ease and enjoy the remainder of the Heaven's Turn celebration. Let's see what these look like. There, both kabutos. Just drop this down here for now. What do these look like? Wow, that is pretty good actually. I think I'll spend the rest of my tokens on some of those. They'd be pretty good just for general festivities, honestly. I mean, it's a little bit of an advent cake thing, but not too much. Alright, let's run this a second time. Hand out more advent cakes, you're too kind. There you are, take these to Hawker's Alley. I imagine it won't be long for you to find passers-by eager one of these delectable delights. Let's see if it's the same choice again, or if there's a couple of different variations you can get on this, or what. Because if it's the same choice again, then I'll just have to do it this one extra time so we can see the other option. Hey, Mochi Daikon. Yep, same choice. Okay, so there's literally only 2 options here. Let's see who the yellow jacket is then. There's Carvalane? Can't remember exactly how his name's pronounced. Oh yeah, I know this guy, but I can't remember his name. Sundamol. Would you happen to be the one handing out advent cakes? I'm presently on break and find myself rather peckish. Could I trouble you for one? Oh, hey Wawalago. If it isn't Wawalago. Whatever has you in such a hurry today? I helped myself to a rice cake back at the guild, and apparently it was Sisyphus? She came at me with the anger of 1,000 quarrels. I fear not, but savory replacement will sate her anger. Oh, hey! Wawalago! Hurry up and hand over that cake! Bloody hells, that's her. Sorry, no time for talk. Not so fast, thief! She stops as a little cute wave to me and then just gets back to chasing him. That was great. Oh my god, that was great. Oh dear, would you mind if I took one more cake for Wawalago? In his panic, he seems to have forgotten to take a cake for her. Worry not, I'll see to it that all is well between them soon enough. Not be much of a yellow jacket if I were unable to solve a little scuffle such as this after all. Yeah, my thanks. Well, time for me to take my leave. These are good. I liked these. They were funny and fun, and watching Sisyphus just chasing Wawalago all over the city. That's that. And then I will... I just don't care. I just don't care. I don't really do the, housing really at all, so it really just doesn't matter to me. So I'll just grab some more of these prisms for celebration stuff going forward. If not for this one, then I'll use them at other times, basically. I've still got some of the Realm Reborn red. Thought I had something else too. Was it the other magic prisms? No, I guess I don't have any more of them. Okay. Alright. And that takes care of basically all of the rewards. The whole event playthrough and all of the rewards that you can get from doing it. And of course, remember, if you go back and do that fate again and again and again, you'll get more of those tickets so you can buy more stuff from this festival supplier. Although I think the event's only going a couple more days. So if anyone hasn't done this and wants to, they should do it soon. And that should be pretty much everything I wanted to do today. Alright, that's where I'm going to go ahead and end it for the night. So we got through 3.2, and I ran through the Heavens Turn event, and going forward, I will, most likely if I'm going solo, I don't think I'm going to stream tomorrow. I think I've streamed 2 days or 3 days in a row now. So I don't think I'm going to stream tomorrow unless all my friends are online and they want to play together. And then in that case, if I stream tomorrow, will probably be like me and JJ and Julie and maybe even Lysander, if he's around too, running through Sky Pirates, if I stream tomorrow. If not, then I'll probably stream again on Monday, most likely. And if I'm solo, I'll be doing 3.3. I'll be continuing on with the MSQ to finish off the Dragon Song War section of it. I'll probably take a bit more of a break after that, but I still want to get Diadem and Ishgard Restoration, and I think I need to finish 3.3 to unlock those. So the next time I'm solo, I'm going to be doing the 3.3 MSQ. So that's a big one. That deals with all of the Nidhogg and Estinian and all of that sort of stuff, and the resolution of the Dragon Song War. So if you're interested in that, that will most likely be on Monday. And I will see you guys then. And yeah, thanks for hanging out with me tonight. So I'll see you guys later.